leopard in English here. Our second team will be Hodari, who'll be walking in a few. They'll be wearing red. Now we are here at Umoja 2, the place to be. Now, the sun is hot, however, the ticket to Singapore is hotter. And that is what we are here this lovely afternoon to determine who is taking this ticket. Now, remember last year, KPA managed to get that ticket to go represent Kenya in China after they won the tournament in Mombasa. And we are here at Umoja to determine the next team that's going to represent us as a nation in Singapore. Now let's welcome the second team, Hodari in red. We have Brian Musembin, number 1. Jason, number 2. The captain of the team, Boniface Amukutwa. Now, like you saw yesterday, that's a man determined to get his way to the rim. Every time the ball is in his possession, he makes way to the rim. The big man of the team, number 3, Ryan Onyango. He refuses to be placed in the box. Don't just put me under the rim. I can shoot from the three-point line. And he proved that not once, not twice, but back to back yesterday as we saw him go against the teams here. First game of the day. Set tight. We have to toss the coin first. I remember the rules are simple. 10 minutes on the clock. First team to get to 21 wins it. However, if the time runs out, the team with the highest points takes it. Possession is determined by tossing the coin, and the ball gets to begin from there. Once it begins, yes, the teams do have the privilege of taking timeouts. There are free throws. Fouls will be called. And our referees will be here to make sure that every foul is called, every right call is called, and we ascertain that these two teams get to compete in a fair manner. Now remember, our dear viewers, the place to be is Umoja 2. You do not want to miss the live actions of the quarters and the semifinals. And to end the day, we'll be knowing who, or rather which team, will be representing us as a country in Singapore. All that will be determined here today, everything live here at B+, and I am your host, Effie Stasi. Now we are about to begin with the first game, Chui versus Hodari. Both teams are very strong in regards to the three-point line. They have very good shooters, very good attackers, people who love the rim, and two amazing big men there. We have Ryan and Rodney. The switch has changed. Today, Chewy has a full team and Hodari is 3. The ball's on Brian Musembi taking the first shot. Gets saved by Baraka off to Murage, who takes the second 3-point shot and is in. For Chewy. Rodney with the rebound and back up for Chewy. Chewy will be 3 points. Hodari 0. That is not the best defense Murage wants to be playing right now. I remember this is the first game of the session. Murage was shooting some deep threes yesterday, getting some good buckets for his team. Ryan too was shooting some rather good threes, and today the ball seems to be on its own dancing rhythm as Ryan tries to put in another 3. The ball tips off the rim from Baraka to Murage again for another 3. Hits the back of the rim. Saved by Boniface. To Brian, who fails to put that in, and we are seeing Ryan with a tip-off rebound there. Saved by Murage from the opponent team. Murage trying to attack. Ball slips off. Gets it back to Rodney. Rodney trying to find who to send it to. Decides to take the shot. Slightly misses the rim. Makes friends with the board. Ryan to Brian. Brian attacks behind the back. Finds Ryan at the base. Ryan decides to attack. And Murage's defense is just a little bit more sneaky than the finish that Ryan was expecting or rather anticipating to have. Scores are 3-0. Chewy is having the upper hand here. Brian to Ryan. Ryan decides to take the 3-point shot. Off the glass to Baraka's hands. Baraka to Ronnie. Ronnie decides to attack. Gets the ball. Slips off. Gets it back out to Baraka. Baraka takes the shot off the edge of the rim. Bounces out to Ryan's hands, who finds Boniface. Boniface back to Ryan, and that will be a foul. Ryan finds himself at the charity strike. This is the first charity strike of the session. No one has traveled so far. I guess that anticipation isn't there. Gets the charity strike for his team. Rodney takes the rebound, saves the ball, however, is out of bounds. The ball on Brian's hands, takes the 3-pointer, misses it. Ryan takes the rebound for Hodari, tries to put it back, misses. Travis tries to save the ball, however, falls out of bounds, and that will become Hodari's ball. Ryan attacking, looking for an outlet, finds Brian Amukuto. Amukuto finds Brian at the corner. Direction there doesn't seem to be Brian's best friend as he hits the edge of the board. However, the ball is still in Hodari's offense. Amukuto decides to take the shot, hits the back end of the rim, gets his rebound, attacks, however, slips off, out to Ryan at the 3-point line. Ooh, that's what he does. Do not put me in the box. I am a big man. I will get you to score under the rim. However, I do have a plus side to me, and that is get me on the 3-point line, and I will give you that shot. Now going to the line is Rodney for Chewy. Scores are 3-3, 7:28 on the clock. Charity isn't charitable enough on Rodney's end. Trying to attack, the ball slips off of Rodney's hands there. Oh, sorry, Ryan's hands. Rodney claims he hasn't touched it, however, referee's call is the referee's call. Brian to Boniface, Boniface to Ryan, trying to attack, gets himself out. That will become Chewy's ball. As Murage takes a seat and Travis makes it back. Baraka attacks, saves the ball, however, the cheeky defense again, the hands of the young man Boniface Amokotua playing the right defense there, gets the ball tipped off from Baraka just as he was about to get to the rim. Baraka trying to attack again. Finds himself again with the ball back in his hands is Baraka. Trying to slice to the defense, however, Ryan and Amokotua seem to have a very tough defense there. Drawing him in. Rodney gets the ball by the mercies, however, it is taken away from him by Brian to Amokotua, who steps on the line. You have to be aware, Amokotua, you have to be aware, because every point matters for your team here. Stepping on the line, the ball becomes Chewy's ball. Baraka to Travis, tries for the three-point shot. Edge of the rim, a bit too strong. Rodney gets it and tries to dunk it off with all that energy. However, I guess it's a little bit too much energy as he is not able to dunk that in. Now we have Brian to Amokotua for the three-point shot. Clean slate right there. That will be 5 for Hodari, 3 for Chewy. First game of the session here. Ball on Brian's hands. Brian to Amokotua. Amokotua attacks. However, Baraka's sneaky hands get him on the foul end. And the ball remains on Hodari's offense as Travis takes the seat and Morage makes it back for Chewy. Brian to Ryan. Ryan attacks. Rodney playing good defense. With the ball, a step back. Finds Brian. Brian decides, I'm going to take the shot. And it's clean from deep. And that is what Brian does during desperation. Reading the states. Rodney to Baraka. Baraka with a beautiful layup there. The springs are still working. The young blood is still there. Amokotua with the reply. However, the ball is not working to his advantage here. This ball is a sneaky link for both teams. Brian with another 3, and that is a back-to-back 3 for Hodari team. And now we are at 9-4, 5:37 on the clock as Morage tries to send it past. However, it's a ghost ball. No one to take it. And we have a timeout call there. Now remember, scores are 4-9, 5:34 on the clock. 9 is Hodari and 4 is Chewy. Now Brian's shots are doing a solid for Hodari's team. However, Chewy's layups and attacks, trying to slice to the defense that Hodari has placed, is not really working to their advantage. This is now down to who wants it more. These are the quarters here. Both these teams know what's at stake as they walk back in. Brian to Amokotua, stolen by Rodney. Travis at the three-point line, thinks about it, and is clean. We say shooters shoot and a shooter shot. Brian decides to answer that. Misses. Ryan with the rebound and a reverse that fails. Tries to put it back, however, becomes a pass. Travis and Ryan going back-to-back for the ball. And it becomes a footwork for Travis there. And it becomes red ball. Now we are at 5-9, 5:08 on the clock. The ball will be Hodari's ball. The rumble saved by Rodney there, trying to clear out the chains from the rim. Amokotua with the three-point shot, hits the back of the rim. Rodney saves it out to Travis, who decides to attack. Out to Morage. Morage for the shot, misses it. Ryan takes the rebound, finds Amokotua at the baseline. Amokotua decides to attack. Out to Ryan. Ryan goes for the three-point shot, and it is clean. That is a clean three-point shot right there. That's what I was telling you about. I am a big man, but do not put me in that box. We see Murage being able to slice through Hodari's defense. However, there is a call here. There is a call here as Murage we have Travis taking the seat and Baraka coming in for the Chui team. Amukuta decides to attack. Fakes out to Ryan. Ryan thinking about it. Decides to attack. Slips the ball, and that will be a foul on Ryan's end. Trying to save the ball, he knocks himself onto Rodney. Murage with his deep threes, however, today it's not working to his advantage. We have seen him take those shots back to back. Now remember, this is a man who has actually won the three-point competition at Bengo Fest the year before. Missed it by a whisker last year. Now we are seeing him here. And yesterday, those three-point shots were going in. Baraka on the line, thinking about it. Here we say Matumbo Ninyama, and it is, because those are 2 points for his team. And now we are at 7-11, 4 minutes on the clock. Ball is Chui's. Baraka attacks, finds his way with a beautiful layup gently into the rim and adds 1 point. Amukutwa tries to attack, finds his way. The defense, however, falls short. Those springs are not working to his advantage right now. Baraka for the three-point shot at the edge of the rim, Rodney with the rebound, trying to put it back, and finds himself at the free throw line. 3:40 on the clock. Rodney should be aware of what's at stake here. Makes it count. We are at 10-13. Amukutwa, however, Rodney is a no. Not in my house. Not in my defense space. And Amukutwa is knocked out from that three-point line. The plus is the ball is still theirs. The scores are at 10-13, 3:36 on the clock. And we are back. The ball still belonging to Hodari from that rather highlight block there. Amukuta for the three off the rim, and now we are seeing Brian with the shot, fails. Travis with the rebound, off to Murage. The ball, and Ryan finds himself on the foul trouble again. This is his third foul. Baraka attacks again. Now, come on. As defense, you must know now he does that. Travis with the rebound there. Off to Baraka. Baraka for the three-point shot. Off the back of the rim. Ryan takes the rebound. Finds Amukutwa. Amukutwa tries to dribble, however, Murage's defense plays key, and Travis on the three-point line takes the shot. However, does not go in. Now we are at 12-15, 2:50 on the clock. Travis takes the seat as Rodney comes back in. Ryan on the three-point line for the shot, clean. You didn't even see it going. That's how clean that was. Now that is someone who refuses to be placed in the box, and we love that. We love to see it. Baraka there, attacking again, and getting himself again on the charity strike. That's what he does. He has found a way to slice to the defense, managed to fake them, and draw them in enough to send him to the charity strike. Now will he make it count? Off the back of the rim, Rodney saves it, puts it back, and that's what the big man job is. Ryan on the three-point line, tries to save it, however falls short. Ball will be white. Ball will be red, sorry. Tapped out by Baraka there. Brian with the ball. Brian to Ryan. Ryan to Amukutua. Amukutua thinks about it. Misses the rim completely, however does get attached with the board. Murage attacking, thinking about it, out to Baraka. Baraka decides to attack. Again. He has learned something that he needs to share with the rest of his teammates. Because Hodari just sent him again to the charity strike. And it is a timeout for Chewy. 14-16 are the scores, and we are at 2:12 on the clock. Now Baraka at the charity strike, makes it count. Brian with the rebound for Hodari. Thinks about what to do, dribbling. Decides to attack, finds himself open, gentle with the board, however not gentle enough. Baraka with the rebound at the three-point line. And it is a clean shot. Shooters shoot and a shooter shot. However, Amukutua with the reverse layup for his team. That is what Amukutua does. Now we are at 17-17 right now, 1:53 on the clock. That basket was a needed basket for Hodari. This is a very, very intense time for both these teams. Amukutua does what Amukutua does. Makes it count for his team. Rodney attacks. Finds Murage outside. Murage with the layup, falls short on it. Rodney with the bump and tries to go back up. And Ryan fouls him to send him the charity strike. 17-18, 1:42 on the clock. Ryan knows what's at stake here. This is not the time you want to be fouling your opponent. And Rodney, being aware of what's at stake, he should make that count for his team. Now let's see. First one off the edge of the rim and back out to him. Second one, it's a charity strike, Rodney. Makes it count. Amukutua with the rebound at the three-point line, thinking what to do, decides to attack. However, hits the edge of the board there. Baraka with the rebound, finds himself again. Gentle with the board, however, not gentle enough. Trying to save the ball. Both teams are aware because we're at 18 ups, 1:25 on the clock here. Murage takes the seat as Travis comes back out. Baraka attacks again. However, not strong enough as Ryan gets the handball there. Mukutua gets the ball, thinking about what to do. Knowing what's at stake here, decides to take a step back and a three-point shot that counts for the team. They're at 20, 1:07 on the clock. Travis with the ball, thinking of what to do, decides to attack back to Rodney. Rodney for the dunk. And we're at 19-20, 56 seconds on the clock, 54 now. Brian thinking what to do, playing behind the back, decides to go all the way, and is fouled by Rodney, sending him to the charity strike. We're at 47 seconds, guys. 19-20 are the scores. Now, sometimes it's needed. This is someone we've seen love the three-point line all through. However, when it is needed, he decided to attack the rim and is now on the charity strike. Knowing what's at stake here, seconds on the clock. Let's see. Makes the first count, and that will bring the game to an end there. 47 seconds remaining. 21. Hodari, take it home. Hodari, take it home. 1921, 47 seconds left on the clock. That was the first game. Now, our second game, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be as intriguing, if not better, because we have KPA Dockers going against Simba. Now, both teams yesterday went home with wins, and now they're here to fight it out again here at the quarters. Now, let's see. Hodari, take this one home. But between KPA Dockers and Simbas, who you got? Between the Lions and the Dockers, who you got? And the game will be beginning in a few seconds. All right. Sitting tight. I hope we are here for the second game, whereby KPA Dockers will be going against Simba. Fast into the court there is Salim Kisilu, number 11. That is a shooter, and shooters shoot. That is a well-known shooter here in the Kenyan Premier League. And running into the court, that will be Martin Buluma, number 12. That is a man who loves to attack, loves the rim, loves to slice through defense. And the captain of the team making his way right there, Tobias Odhiambo, a.k.a. Baba Jaire, number 10. That is the team leader of the team. And new to this, however, not new to basketball, Springs. I think the mattress companies might want to borrow his Springs because brother can fly. We have Jay Sean Brown Lee. Did I say brother can fly? Because he can fly. Now, when I say flying, I know we are all relating to Kenyan Airways, but at this point, Brown Lee, the springs on this boy's feet need to be documented. Now, the second team here is Simba. These are youngins. These are the fresh blood of the basketball scene here in Kenya. Now walking into the court, that is Elman Bryan, number 14. He loves the space inside that three-point line. He will make you regret allowing him to take that shot. He loves his 2 points, and he makes them clean. Next in is Elisha Odhiambo, number 12. Now, if you need me to describe the man coming in, then you do not watch enough basketball because this man has highlights of dunking and clearing out the space under him. The second team is an interesting match to watch, and as you have seen, the lineup there from both teams, it is going to be very interesting as KPA Dockers are the current holders of the championship of this Lite Quest. Last year they got to win, getting to represent Kenya in China, and they are here trying to make their way back to Singapore this time and not China. However, it is not an easy road as you have seen so far. We have such good players. So will they be able to retain and go back to represent us, or is another team going to make their way and take the championship from them? And our referees there are Collins and Nina. We saw them do a good job yesterday, and they are back to do the same good job that they did yesterday. Calling the right calls and making sure that everything runs smoothly during this set. Now we are going to toss the coin there. Alicia for Team Simba and Tobias for KPA Dockers. The coin has been tossed and it will be Simba's ball. Simba begin. Now, Simba translates to lion. And we have the Dockers. So the lion attacks and the Dockers dock. We are about to begin. We see Nina there with the ball. And it begins. Eleman 2. Kisilu there with the rebound, finds Tobias. Tobias decides to attack, however the ball falls through his hands, and we are seeing Eleman with the rebound, thinking what to do. Off to Koja, off of Kisilu, and the ball will be green. I think Kisilu take the seat, and the man with the spring, Jay Sean Brownlee, makes his way back as Eleman also takes the seat. As Elisha makes his way. Hargos with the first three-point shot attempt off the back of the rim. Elisha saves it. However, will Koja be sorry. Will Koja be able to serve it? Yes, he does, off to Elisha. Elisha takes the second three-point shot attempt. He's spattered by the rim. Brownlee with the rebound, trying to play. However, Koja with the block there, off to Elisha. Elisha tries to go to the rim, gentle with it, however, rolls off. However, finds himself on the charity strike. That is the first minute. We are not even done with the first minute, and you already have blocks and dunk attempts. Elisha makes it count. Jay Sean there with the rebound, tries to attack. Elisha taps it out to Hargos. Hargos finds Koja to Elisha. However, Tobias taps it out. Brownlee takes the ball, cuts through defense, however, not able. Hargos' hands are fast, too fast. Trying to attack, Hargos goes, makes his way off to Koja. That is a beautiful pass there, and Koja makes the first basket of the team. Martin, this man I told you loves the rim. He will be free on that three-point line, but he will decide to attack. He loves slicing through defense, and he goes to the charity strike there. Clean. Elman with the rebound out, trying to play through Martin's defense. However, Martin gets himself in foul trouble. Kisilo makes his way in as Martin sits. Koja takes a seat as Elman comes back in. Hargos with the ball to Elisha. Thinking about it. Finds Hargos. Hargos attacks. Finds Elisha, and that is a beautiful eye view there. Knowing where your teammate is at the right time. We're seeing Brownlee there, tries to spin it off. However, the defense is a bit too hard. Finds Tobias. Tobias thinks about it, decides to attack, and does what Tobias does best. Finish with the defense all up on him. Don't let that height fool you. Those springs there, make up for it. And he goes the charity strike. Takes the shot, falls short on that. Elisha takes the rebound off to Koja. Koja dribbles out to Elman. Elman thinks about the shot, decides to attack. Going through, finds Koja, however, it's intercepted by Kisilu. Koja finds his way back. Power dribble, however, the time is not on his end there. As Elisha takes the seat, Hargos comes back, Tobias takes the seat, and we have Buluma back in. Scores are 2-3, 8:07 on the clock. You see Martin to Kisilu. Kisilu shoots off the backboard, and that will be out and become green ball as Elman takes the seat and Elisha is back in. Kisilu back out and Tobias is back in. Hargos to Koja. Koja dribbling to Elisha. Elisha takes the three-point shot, and the 2 points are clean. Brownlee with the rebound and the shot off the edge of the rim there. Hargos with the rebound. Decides to attack, however. Martin again finds himself on foul trouble there. To be fair, that is Elisha's hotspot. You don't want him thriving there. Hargos with the ball. Off the defense, finds his way, tries to go up, however. Tobias finds himself on foul trouble. Now KPA Dockers are going to have to play better defense. Cleaner defense, rather. Because they're finding themselves on a lot of foul trouble. That will be a travel there for Hargos. He's already on his way to Singapore, and the tickets are not out yet. Traveling back to the seat, we have Element back in for Simba. Tobias to Brownlee. Brownlee thinking what to do. Out to Martin. Martin takes the shot. Falls short on that. And we have a rebound there by Simba. Elisha with the ball. Thinking what to do. Eleman decides to take the shot. Just touches the tip of the rim. And Brownlee takes the rebound. However, Elisha's hands fast. Knock it off. So Brownlee will take the seat as Kisilo comes back in, and Koja will take the seat as Hargus makes his way in. Ball will go back to Simba team. Eleman with the ball, off to Alicia. Decides to attack. Soft with the board, gentle with the board, makes that count, and we are at 6-2. Martin with the attack. That is a man who loves slicing through defense, as you can see there. He decided to live by the rules of basketball. It's a physical game. Let's make it physical. And borrow a sword from the samurais, because he slices through defense on a good day. On the charity strike there, scores are 2-6, 6:55 on the clock. Off the edge of the rim, he gets his own rebound. Kisilu gets it with the pivot. However, Koja is like, nope, not in my house. And like I said earlier, that's what he does best. Protect the rim. Brownlee gets the ball, thinking what to do, decides to take the shot. Too strong. Koja taps it. Hargo saves it. Back to Korja. As Martin is trying to just get the defense, finds himself on another foul trouble. Now we can see the devastating look on Dockers as the fouls are not really working to their advantage here. That will be a timeout for Dockers there. Now Dockers are on a fouling streak here. They are on a fouling streak here, and Tobias might need to get his team on check there. As we are seeing Simba do a good job thriving in regards to offense and defense. They are playing a very mean and needed defense. They're able to block out, get their rebounds, tap the ball out from the offensive side, and that is working to their advantage. So far, so good. 2-6 are the scores, 6:40 on the clock. Now remember, Umoja 2 is the place to be to see the finals, to watch this live, say it or roar. As we have Koja there on the free throw line. Matumbo ni nyama, sio? Koja is assisted there by the back of the board. And that first one sinks. Second one fails to go in. Brownlee with the rebound there. Decides to attack. Trying to find Tobias, however, Alicia's springs are also working. And Hargo's there. Hargo's main. Someone tell Hargo the tickets are not out yet. He doesn't need to travel early to Singapore. Now we have Tobias there trying to get the ball, however, slips off him and to Eleman, who's trying to play the defense, and the ball is still retained by the Dockers. Tobias with the attack, Alicia with the spring block. However, there was a foul before that, and Tobias finds himself on the free throw line. Makes it clean. Eleman with the ball. Now we're seeing a bit of a dispute there, as Kisilu tries to point out that Eleman was still outside of the frame. So we're going to get it from the referees on what their decision is. Now remember, KPA has already gotten 7 fouls. So that means every time they foul Simba, they go to the line and they get the free space. Hargos misses that free throw as KPA got a T there. Ball is Simba's. Now Nina there doing her job. Nasalim is going to need to give the ball out to Eleman and give him the space to actually play. And that will be a technical again for the Dockers, sending Simba to the line for a free throw. Now remember the first one, Hargos did miss it. What about Eleman? Let's see. Makes it count. And Elisha makes it back for the team as Eleman takes the seat. Kisilu takes the seat. And Brownlee is back. Koja out to Elisha. Elisha thinking about it, decides to take the shot, and it is clean there. We are seeing things changing here. We're at 10-2. Favor Simba. Tobias attacking out to Buluma. Buluma with the shot. Fails to put it in, saves it. However, in the process, is not able to actually save it. The ball will become Simba's. We are at 10-2. Hagos goes, finds Eleman with the behind the back pass, and Eleman makes it easy. Makes it easy. Now that is, this man Hagos being able to see where his teammates are at every time is making them score very easy layups and is working to their advantage. That is IQ right there. as we see Tobias try to take the first shot, however fails. And the ball is Dockers. Buluma with the shot. Doesn't go in there as he takes the seat, and Kisilu is back in. Eleman with the ball to Elisha. Elisha decides to take the shot off the edge of the rim, tapped out by Eleman. Brownlee saves the ball off to Tobias. Tobias thinking about it, off to Brownlee. Brownlee thinking about it. Let's take the shot off the edge of the rim, a bit too strong there. Takes the rebound and decides to go back up. Kisilu with the rebound out to Tobias. Tobias decides to attack and does what he does best. He should keep doing that if he intends to change the scores as we are seeing them. Hargos with the ball at the baseline, decides to attack, fakes, and Brownlee finds himself on foul trouble there again. And Hargos goes to the charity strike. We are at 4:11, 5:13 on the clock. Favor Simba. The Lions are roaring here. Hargos makes it count, the first shot. Communication is key here. You can see Hargos telling his teammate where to go after he scores. The ball on Simba's hand, back to Hargos. Hargos attacks, thinking about it, between the leg, takes the shot, and is clean. That is clean. You cannot fight that. Eleman with the defense there on Martin. Martin with the guy who loves the defense. Doesn't make it count. Koja with the rebound, off to Eleman. Eleman finds Hargos. Hargos attacks out to Koja. However, it's intercepted, and now it's a struggle of who is going to find it first. And out to Bramwell, to Kisilu at the baseline. Makes it clean. And now we are at 5:15 here. And that will be another foul for KPA. Hargos on the line at charity strike. We're at 5:15 there. Our Dockers are on a fouling streak in this set play. It's either the aggressive is too much or Simba found a way to pull them in just enough to foul. Hargos makes it count on the second attempt. Tobias with the glass, however, a bit too strong. Falls off. Hargos finds it. Out to Elisha. 3 seconds will be called here for Elisha, and the ball will be Dockers. As we see Kisilu take the seat there, and Tobias makes it back in. Oh, Martin makes it back in. Brownlee with the ball, tries to attack, finishing Elisha with the foul there, and Brownlee will be going to the charity strike. We are at 5, we are at 6. Sorry, correct. We are at 6-16. Yes, we are at 6-16. Sorry for that. Brownlee with the rebound of that to Tobias. Tobias finds Martin. Martin with the gentle touch, just not gentle enough. And we are seeing Brownlee able to tap back his ball twice. And finally making it in. However, Ellerman misses everything there. Saved by Elisha. Tobias picks it to Martin Buluma. Buluma tries for the shot, however, it's shot. Kodja for the ball, off to Ellerman. Ellerman with the between the leg, goes for the shot again, tries to redeem himself from the previous one, however, fails. At that, Brownlee with the rebound, attacking, between the leg, step back with the shot. Spat out by the rim there. Ellerman with the rebound, off to Elisha. Thinking about it. Off to Kodja. Kodja to Ellerman. Ellerman squares up for the shot. At the edge of the rim, and Elisha with the springs. Puts it back, gentle with care. And that will count for them. And we are seeing there Brownlee with the ghost pass. And that will be a timeout for Dockers. Scores are 7-17. 3:20 on the clock. It's not looking so good for the Dockers right now. But they are the current champions of this Lite quest that took place last year at Mombasa, and they were able to represent Kenya in China. However, today we are seeing them have a bit of a struggle here against the Simba team. These are the youngins here. They're not new to this. Each of these players actually has been able to represent Kenya in 3x3 events outside of our borders. Kisilu with the shot. Misses everything. And we are still at 7-17. Favor the Lions. Simba. Ellerman with the ball. Attacking. Spins. Finds Kodja. Kodja for the dunk. Seals it. And we are at 18. Did I tell you that's what he does? He blocks and dunks. Like it's a full-time job. Oh, that is good defense there. Basically holding the ball as Martin was trying to finish. You can't get past him. But if you do, that means you are either fast or really have good leg work. So which one are you? Are you fast enough to leave him behind? Or is your leg work good enough to have him on the air when he's not supposed to be? Ellerman to Kodja. Kodja to Hargos with the screen. And a shot, however, falls short on that. Buluma to Kisilu. Kisilu on the free throw line for the shot. Is not able to make that sink. Ellerman to Hargos. That will be a foul caused by Martin. And Hargos will find himself on the line again as Elisha comes back in. And Ellerman takes the seat. It is really impressive seeing how these youngins are playing. Hargos makes it count. Off the board and off the rim. Still counts. 19-7. 2:42 on the clock. Second attempt. Off the edge of the rim. Kodja with the rebound. And Elisha finds himself open. Gentle with it, however, not gentle enough. The aim is off. Martin takes the rebound off to Tobias. Tobias tries to attack. Fakes. Gets himself on the rim. Out to Kisilu. Kisilu for the shot. A bit too strong. Martin finds himself on the rim. Thinks about it. What was he thinking about? Elisha there with the shot. Fails to put it in. Hargos with the rebound. Hargos attacks. Finds himself free again. And Kisilu there. Fakes. Tries to go. Elisha's hands are just too fast. And Elisha with the ceiling dunk. Another dunk. And on that note, guys, the Lions have roared and the Simbas are winning. And Elisha sealed it off with a dunk, sealing their win against KPA Dockers. And at this point, they sealed their way into semis. 21-9 are the scores. Now, if you thought that was an interesting game, you have not seen the next team making its way in here in the next few minutes. That will be Twende going against Chipukizi. Now, usichizi utoke penye umekaa uende mali pengine. Remain where you are at. And Umoja 2 is the place to be if you're trying to make way here. Come enjoy some live basketball. I am your host, Effie Starcy, and thank you for tuning to B Plus Sports. We'll be right back with the next set of the game in the next few seconds. All right, all right. Where are you seated? Where are you at? We are about to go into our third game of the day. And like I said earlier, it's going to be Twende going against Chipukizi. And walking in there is the man, Shavanga Larry. Now, if you know anything about this man right here, just like Alicia, just like Koja, just like Brownlee, they love the dunk. They love taking off. The springs on this man are undeniable. And walking in there is Ariel Ortega. They say shooters shoot. You might want to add the shooters Ariel Ortega shoot because that man is lethal on the 3-point line. Now this is the 20 team, and those are the first two there inside the court. We have two other players who are also lethal on the 3-point line. Their efficiency is very high. This is a very well balanced team, I'd say. Having a big man, having a point guard, and having let's say three, because I don't want to take it away from Olang, but once that rhythm is in for him. And walking into the court is the man himself, Derek Olang. This is his home court here. This is a man who has played for Umoja. He understands the corners of this court more than anyone there on his team. He's lethal on the 3-point line. His defense is one to watch out for. And number 9 does not need an introduction, bro. But the man, Derek Ogechi, loves the 3-point line. However, he'll have you thinking, do you want him on the 3-point line or do you want him going in? Because he will play bully ball on you if you decide to not let him have his way on the 3-point line, and he will decide to shoot. If you decide, you know what, I'm not going to allow you to attack the rim. So you pick your poison when you're guarding him and run with it. Now we are off the next team, which is Chipukizi. Chipukizi here are also young bloods. Those are youngins. Now, jersey number 3 is Stephen Mungui. Sorry for that. We have Craig Buturi there walking in. And jersey number 5, we have Joseph Blessing. Now, these are youngins, both understanding the inside of the rim and the outside of the rim. Now, if you watched yesterday, then you must have seen those 3-point shots there. That makes the Chipukizi team. They will be wearing red, as the 20 team will be wearing white. And we will have our referees in now. We have to find balance in it all. As our referees there go in, these two teams need to toss the coin. And they will know who is going to start on the first offense. Remember, it's Chipukizi going against Twende, and the place to be is Umoja 2 here in Nairobi, Kenya. If you're not here where you are, it's a Sunday. What else would you be doing aside from praising the Lord and watching basketball? That is the one and only thing that you need to do aside from giving grace on a Sunday in the lovely afternoon. As you can see here at Umoja 2, we are seeing families walk in to enjoy a good basketball phenomenon going here. Now the teams here are trying to seal their way, get the ticket, get themselves on a plane to Singapore to represent us as a country out there. Third game of the game that is just about to start. Getting the rebound there, ladies and gentlemen, is Olang as he was trying to go back up. Now that fast offense was 20. And we find our first free throw situation here in the first minute. Olang fails to put that in. We are still at an equitable situation. We are seeing Patrick take the time there. Taking the shot, that is a clean and clear bucket. And that is what your guy Stephen will do. And like I said, bully ball. Bully ball at its best, that is Derek Ogechi. Bully you out of his space and then gently finish with the help of the board. And we have a first point there for Twende and first point there for Chipukizi. Now we have Stephen off to Joseph. Joseph back to Patrick. Patrick for the gentle slam. You have to be gentle with the board sometimes if you want it to work to your advantage. Shavanga finds Olang. Olang trying to think what to do. Being encouraged by Shavanga to play. Takes the fadeaway, ball back to Stephen. Stephen attacks. Gentle with the board, however, not gentle enough. Olang takes the rebound. There. Finds Shavanga. Shavanga thinking what to do. Decides to attack the baseline. Patrick not letting him through. Finds Derek and the spear shot. However, it's too direct and hits the back of the board and off, and that will be a turn the ball as Olang takes the seat and Ortega makes his way back in. Ogechi attacks. That was too easy. Chipukizi needs to play better defense there. Ball on Joseph's hand, trying to attack. Thinking what to do. Finds Patrick for the shot. Misses it by a whisker there. Ortega to Ariel. Ogechi to Ariel. Shavanga with the springs. And Ogechi failing to put that in. We see Joseph there with the rebound. Patrick with the reverse. And the reverse is good there. As Ogechi takes the ball out. Goes for the three-point shot. Hits the back end of the rim. Goes out. Patrick saves it out to Joseph. Joseph attacks. Makes way. You know, they say the best way to beat your enemy is reading from their book. And it's safe to say Joseph just read from Ogechi's book. And made that a bucket for his team. Now we are seeing Stephen there with the ball. Step back. Misses the rim by a whisker. Ortega to Shavanga. Shavanga to Ogechi. Step back. Short. Misses. Stephen to Joseph. Joseph thinking about it, decides to attack. All the way to the rim, slicing through Shavanga and Ortega. That is beautiful, however, fails to put it in. You can't have $1 million move and a sense finish there. Stephen attacks all the way to the rim, beautifully, gentle. Now, redeeming himself from the previous time, from the previous minute. Shavanga there, goes for the jumper. Trying to work out with the board, however, the board did not. Finding Patrick there, beautiful. That is chemistry and symmetry at the same time from Chipukizi. Utachizi. If you don't play well enough, if you don't play good defense, Utachizi guarding them. Stephen with the between the leg, back, spin around, going for the rim. Too easy. He makes it look too easy. Well, it's not. I'm here and I'm telling you it's not. Shavanga with the ball out to Ogechi. Ogechi with the fake, behind the back, spin and fails to finish. Bruv, that was a $1 zillion move with a sense finish. Why? Joseph going back and finds himself on the three-point line as Ogechi finds himself in his space. They have a timeout there for Chipukizi. Now, there are only 3 players, but so far so good. They're doing a good job. We're at 3-8, 6:29 on the clock. 3 players, but they're making it look too easy. Too easy, too easy. That is, they say, the beauty of being young. The gas is still there. You can play all day through the night. And we are seeing these youngins do exactly that. We have Joseph there on the line. Off the back of the rim. Patrick gets it. Back to Joseph again. Think about how to attack. Attacks. You know, being beat by your own move is lethal. Being beat by your own move is lethal. Olang finds himself free, however, fails to put that in. Patrick off the spin and off the glass, and that is beautiful. Now, like I said, these guys are making it rain here. Chipukizi are making twende wanachizi. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's inevitable what these boys are doing. It's inevitable what these boys are doing. Don't try that at home. Don't try and spin like that. It takes work. It takes consistency. It takes back-to-back practice to be able to bring that out. Fails, however, Joseph saves the ball, attacks, spins, trying to find Stephen there, shaking off his defense, fakes, and finishes, cutting slow. No, he does not finish. Comes out short, however, tries to redeem himself on defense. Now, for Stephen, that would have been a beautiful layup. If only his springs had pushed him a tiny bit higher. That would have been a beautiful basket there. Now, ball is twende. We are seeing Ogechi on the line. Now, scores at 10-3 favor Chipukizi. 5:44 on the clock. We are seeing Ogechi do his thing there. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. A jump stop and an extra step. An extra step. Now, Stephen is blocked by Olang. Olang to Shavanga. Shavanga to Olang. And Olang does what Olang does best. Finish it and gets himself an extra chance at the charity strike as we go for a timeout called out by Chipukizi. 10-5 on the clock. Favor Chipukizi. 5:10 are the scores. Sorry. 5:27 on the clock. And the favor there is Chipukizi. Olang fails to put that in. Joseph takes the rebound there. Joseph with the ball. Ortega with the defense. However, Joseph still has space. Decides to attack and fails to put it in. However, Olang manages to hold on to it long enough for it to be a jump ball. Gechi to Olang to Ortega. Trying to pass it, however, fails. The defense there is quite something you don't want to miss. The leg work is beautiful. Now with the finish, the leg work and the finish. Oh my God. That is a big man who understands what it takes to be a big man. I know my pivots. I know my I know my moves. I know my shots. I know my boards. Beautiful. Now we have the referee there trying to confirm the nails. And that will be a timeout. I guess the nails are not up to par for Stephen there. So they have to cut them off. You've seen the coach coming in very fast to make sure that those nails are clipped off immediately, that the game can proceed in a few. Now players, those are basic rules. These are basic rules before you step into a court for a match. Make sure your nails are down because they could harm someone. They could harm your defender or your teammate or even yourself. So make sure always those nails are down and well catered for. Make sure you're not wearing anything that could harm you or a fellow player. Make it clean and fair and fun. With the attack, all from the clipped nails, finds Patrick, however, fails to hold the ball. Chavanga with the rescue. Redeeming himself with the push-ups there. I mean, those arms are not something you're born with. You have to work for them. Now the ball will be Twendes. Ogechi with the ball. Decides to attack. Bully ball. Finds himself on the free throw line, however, is not able to finish. 11-5 are the scores, 4:35 on the clock. Ogechi on the line. Ariel takes the seat as Olang makes it back in for Twende. Chipukizi are only 3 players. That means they all get to play through the 10 minutes. Ogechi for the free throw. Off the backboard. Manages to get his own rebound. Decides to attack. And too strong off the board. Joseph finds Stephen. Stephen finds Joseph. Decides to attack. Cuts through. And that will be a travel, darling. We are not yet going to Singapore. We are trying to make our way. Get the ticket first, Joseph, to Singapore. Shavanga decides to attack, finds himself open, finishes. Easy. Now Patrick there saw Stephen, but Stephen decided, didn't see him. There was no communication there, causing a bit of a turnover for them. Ball is Twendes. Shavanga on the ball. Shavanga for the short. Spat out. Ortega for the rebound. A bit too hard from the board. Olang tries to save it, however, pushes it out. And the ball will become Chipukizi's. As Shavanga takes the seat, and Ogechi makes it back. Tiffin with the ball, off to Patrick. Big man things. Doesn't finish. Along with the ball. Decides to take a shot. Nibbles on the rim. Ogechi with the finish and with the rebound and the finish. Gets himself on the charity strike again. We are at 7-11, 3:50 on the clock. Makes it count because I shoot a shot, and the shot was good. That will be a foul there for Shavanga pushing rather. And ball will be Chipukizi's. Stephen on the ball. Decides to attack. Boy is too fast. Unable to finish, but he's fast. You have to be very keen. Ortega with the pump fake. And the shot! Did I say shoot and shoot? Because I shoot a shot, made it look clean, made it look easy. Do not be fooled, it's not. Now Joseph there gets the ball from Stephen, fakes, finds Stephen out for the shot, replaces Ortega's shot. Ortega with the rebound there. Besides, you know what? Oh! I'm going to take my 3-point shot back. And we are at 12-13. Finding Patrick with the fake, fails to finish it. Ortega out with the ball. Ortega out with the ball, decides to attack, out to Ogechi. Ogechi decides to take the shot, and the spear is in, guys. This is a 3-point contest here between these two teams. Craig to Joseph, Joseph to Stephen. Stephen fakes Shavanga, decides to take the shot. Nibbles at the tip of the rim. Ogechi fails, and the ball will be... Well, we are going for a timeout. This has just got interesting. That was a 3-point contest, literally. We saw Ortega put it in, Stephen canceling it out, Ortega back in, Ogechi putting it back in. It is a back-to-back 3-point contest here for both these teams. The skills here just shows you how much these boys are actually out here putting in the work in regards to basketball. We are at 14-13. Now remember, there was a 5-point difference here when this game started, and for Twende to manage to actually reduce this gap, and we are at 1 now, says a lot. However, what says a lot is Chipukizi being able to maintain that lead from the get-go. 3 players, amazing. Twende ball, Ogechi with the spin move, fails to finish. Stephen with the rebound, finds Joseph. There's a screen there, finds Stephen, attacks to Patrick. Patrick gentle with the ball, makes it count. Ortega on the line. Pumpex tries to make it, however fails. Ogechi with the save. as he stepped on the line there. And that will become chipukizi. It's a thought that counts. It's the effort that counts there. Just didn't see the line. Just failed to see the line. Ball with chipukizis. Stephen on the ball. Off to Joseph. Joseph fakes. Thinking about it. Back to Stephen. Stephen attacks. Oh, that was beautiful. However, does not go in there. We have Ogechi. And that will be a foul. That will be a foul from Ogechi, and the ball will be Chipukizis. Stephen with the ball, trying to see what to do. Finds Patrick. Patrick with the footwork. However, too hard on the board, gets his own rebound, puts it back in, and that counts for the team. Shavanga with a three-point shot along with the putback there. Finds Stephen, goes for the shot, tries to fake it, attacks. Stephen doing his thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. However, that will be a travel from Stephen. That was beautiful, however, that will be a travel there. We are at 15-15. We are at ups, guys. We are at ups. 1:32 on the clock. Ogechi with the ball there. Ogechi attacks. Slicing through defense, finds Olang at the corner. Misses everything. Sense of direction there. Joseph takes the rebound. Makes his way to the top key. Attacks baseline. Finds Patrick on the other side, who finds Stephen at the top key. Takes the shot, however, fails to make it count. Ogechi with the rebound. And Patrick fouls him as he was just about to finish. We are at 15-15 still. 1:04 on the clock. We have Ogechi there at the charity strike. Will it make it count? Off the board, Patrick with the rebound. Off to Stephen, trying to make space there. Stephen attacks, finds himself with the board, and makes it count. Ogechi snatched the ball out of his hands by Joseph. Stephen with the step back there. Oh, young man is playing, and thus got at 18. Shavanga tries to redeem the points. The ball out to Ortega, makes it count. Oh, we are at 26 seconds on the clock. Timeout 20. Now can we talk about the young man, Stephen? Young man with big dreams. Young man there, slicing through defense, scoring through defense, getting those shots from the three-point line. He is making it look easy. However, I hope we are all seeing the sweat on that young man's face too, because it is not easy. Makes it look easy. However, don't try it. If you want to try it, get yourself out to a court and start practicing. Remember, we are trying to make our way out to Singapore here. Book the ticket. Get our way to Singapore. 18-17 are the scores. 26 seconds on the clock. Ogechi with the ball. Ogechi decides to attack out to Olang. Olang fakes, step back, takes the shot, bangs out. Ogechi with the tough rebound. Off to Ortega. Ortega takes the shot. Patrick takes the ball. Stephen gets it. Stephen gets it. Gentle with the ball, however, fails to put it in. Patrick with the rebound and makes it count for the team. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, these are three boys, three against four. And they made it. 19-17, Chipukizi made sure 20 did lose it while defending them. And that man, Stephen, he needs a whole can of water. He needs a whole jerrycan of water. And that is the third game of the event, 17-19. And our winners are Chipukizi. Now, if you thought that was an interesting game, which it was, then the next team here will have you at the edge of your seat. Now, the next teams here are going to be BCG. These are the current holders of the Bingo Fest competition 3x3 here in Kenya. They got themselves a good reward there and made it out of the counties to the finals and are currently holding that championship title from the Bingo Fest 3x3 and going against a team known for its defense, known for its aggressiveness. That will be Ulinzi Vipers. Now, did I say that's an interesting game? Because it is. So don't go anywhere. It will be starting in the next few seconds. All right. Now we are just about to finish the quarters with our fourth team. And starting it off is BCG, the man walking in, Alex Nzuki. Alex Nzuki, this is a point guard, little at the 3-point line, little with the finish, fast enough to have you lose it. So as a defense, you have a lot of work here if you ever see Alex Nzuki with the ball. The next man in, that is Branson Zioka, another little man at the 3-point line, guys. You see him at the 3-point line, you see him at the baseline, you better run for your life because he is going to make every shot count. The man in, Captain Davis Siaji, loves to shoot. His shooting formation is one to watch out for. Actually, it's very beautiful. You'll just see it in the next few seconds there. The man himself is not new to 3x3. And the last man there is Patrick Otang. Fadeaway at its best. His shots are lethal, 3-point, be it the 2-point, be it under the rim. He will have you dancing. Now, that is BCG, the current champions of the Bingo Fest 2025. And on the other side, just about to walk in, we have Lindsay Vipers. Now, this is a team that needs no introduction. Their aggressiveness, their defense is something to watch out for. And walking in is the man who carries aggressiveness and defense, Simon Rapudo. Fast, eloquent, efficient. He will have you thinking twice on any and every action you take in regards to defense on him. Walking in is Churchill Odhiambo. If you do not know Churchill Odhiambo, what basketball are you watching? He is not only fun off court, he is fun on court and efficient with his shots. His view of the court is something to watch out for too on that view. Walking in, number 15 is Ernest Munuki. His shots, his precision, his first, his dribbling skills, he will have you breaking an ankle if you're not careful enough, if your feet are not well placed. And the man just walking in is Brian Omondi. Brian Omondi. His rebounding is good. His pace, something to watch out for. His skills, well, you're just going to have to watch for yourself because the statistics speak for itself, and that will be Ulinzi Vipers. Now, did I say this game is interesting? Because I'm going to repeat it. Ulinzi Vipers going against BCG. These are teammates to an extent because we have teammates from BCG here, and we have Ulinzi. And they are about to begin after tossing the coin to determine who is going to start. After determining who is going to win the toss of the coin. Ladies and gentlemen, the place to be is Umoja 2. We are just about to finish the quarterfinals here. And then we will be going straight to the semifinals. The last match here in the quarterfinals is BCG going against Ulinzi Vipers. I am your host, Effie Starcy, and thank you so much for tuning in to B Plus Sports and keeping up with the Lite Quest here at Umoja 2 2026. And we are booking our tickets to Singapore. The coins have been tossed, and the games shall begin. Now remember, the rules are very simple. 3x3, 10 minutes on the clock, first and 21 wins. However, if the clock runs out, the team with the highest points take the win home. Fouls count. There's a charity strike. 3 points are 2 points. 2 points are 1 point. And the games begin with Alex taking the first shot. Alex, we are not missing everything with the first shot. We are not missing everything with the first shot. Ulinzi, I will be honest too. Rapudo misses everything. Okay, these two teams may need to cahoot for a minute. That is the first, second, and both have missed everything. We are still at 0. Ernest tries, makes it count. Matumbo ni nyama, as they say. Off the board, gentle, and makes its way back in. We're seeing there Siaji with the ball. Tapped out by Rapudo there with the green team. BCG will retain the ball. Siaji with the ball. Takes a shot, and that will be a foul on Rapudo, sending Siaji on the charity strike. Siaji on the charity strike. They are 2-0, favor. Will he make it count? Off the edge of the rim there, Brian tries to take the rebound. However, his teammate is faster. And like I said, that is a man you do not want at 3-point. That is Branson Zioka with the 3-point shot. Rapudo with the spin move off the board. Makes it clean. And that will be a foul there. There's a bit of a miscommunication between the referees. As they settle that out, it's settled out, and the ball will become BCG's. Nzioka there, playing against his own teammates there. You know, it's not the easiest thing to play against your own teammate. They understand you inside out. They know your next move. We're at 2-3 on the scores, 9:09 on the clock. The ball is Ulinzi's. We are seeing Rapudo at the top key. Dribbles, finds his way to Brian. Brian with the travel. Actually, no, he steps on the line. He steps on the line. Needs to be aware of that. Rapudo takes the seat. Siaji takes the seat, and Otang comes back in for BCG. Churchill comes in for Ulinzi. Nzioka with a rather desperate finish there. Like I said, Ulinzi's defense is very aggressive. Alex takes the seat for BCG. Siaji's back in. Rapudo's back in as Brian takes the seat for Ulinzi. We have Browns on the line. Shooters shoot. A shooter did not shoot well enough. Churchill at the baseline with the shot, however, Nzioka with the powerful rebound. And Nzioka makes his way, finds Otang. Otang with the 3-point shot. It is clean. Clean, baby. And now we have Churchill there. Attacks. Finds Ernest. Ernest with the fake. Finds Churchill again. Churchill with another fake. And the shot just taps the edge of the rim, tries to save it there. Ernest, however, fails. And it's tapped out of bounds. As he goes to take a seat, Brian is back in. Nzioka takes the seat, and Nzuki is back in. Hope these two names today won't give me a challenge. Nzuki with behind the back, finds Siaji. Siaji with the shot, misses the rim, taps on the board. Churchill there trying to attack the baseline. However, Nzioka's defense gets him on foul trouble there. As Siaji takes the seat, and Nzioka is back in. Churchill to Rapudo. Rapudo decides to take the shot. Misses everything. Patrick finds Alex. Alex finds Nzioka. Nzioka fails. Browns saves it to Alex. Alex between the legs. Spins. And that will be a foul on Churchill. Churchill. That ball will be retained by BCG. Nzuki to Siaji, Siaji to Brands. Brands decides to attack, and like I said, is fast and gentle at the same time with that board. Nzuki with the rebound off of Ernest, finds Siaji, Siaji with the shot. Brands saves it, taps it out to Brian, who is of the other team. However, he had stepped on the line, and that ball will become white. Alex for the seat as Otang makes his way back. Churchill for the seat as Rapudo makes his way back in for Ulinzi. Ernest fails to take that in, finds Brian at the corner. Brian decides to attack. Defense is little there. Otang gets the rebound. Off to Siaji. Siaji decides to attack. The oomph there, you can feel it off the board. The jumble of the rims, and it counts. We're at 5-3 on the score, 7-0-5. Rapudo with the 3. Clean. Rapudo doing what Rapudo does. We have Nzioka again with another beautiful finish. Finds Rapudo at the corner. Siaji with the powerful rebound there. Finds Nzioka. Off back to Siaji. Siaji decides to attack. Makes himself free and finishes beautifully there. Rapudo with the ball. Off to Brian. Brian finds himself there on the rim. Makes himself free with the reverse. However, fails to make that finish. Siaji to Nzioka. Back to Nzioka. Just about to finish. And Rapudo with the block. This is a fight for the fittest, a fight for the best. And I'd like to remind, this is basically teammates playing against teammates here. Just 3 players here are not from the same team. The rest are basically the same team. So you understand why they're able to tell what the next move of the player is. It is not the biggest strength to play against your teammate. They understand you inside out. But still you have to play. And we are seeing these 2 teams do a good job here. We are at 7-5, 6:30 on the clock. BCG going against the Ulinzi Vipers. So far, so good. It is intense, it is emphatic, and they are giving us just what we need to see, and that is good basketball. But most of all, both teams are struggling, rather not struggling, but are fighting, let me correct my vocabulary there, for a ticket to Singapore. And Nzioka will be going to the line for BCG. Falls short on that. Rapudo with the rebound. Finds Ernest. However, it's taken away by Nzioka. Nzioka with the dribble, with the power dribble, and the gentle finish. That is Branson Nzioka for you. Ernest finding Churchill. Churchill finding Ernest. Ernest back to Churchill for the shot. However, hits the back of the board. Brands with a very powerful pass after a very powerful save. However, that was a ghost pass because none of his teammates were there. And that will be a turnover and becomes Ulinzi's ball. Churchill on the ball, the spin around, and a gentle finish on the rim. We are at 9-5. Alex to Otang. Otang finds himself free. Finds Siaji. Siaji for the shot. Makes it clean. That's his home. Churchill on the line. That fails to make it in. Gets his own rebound. Thinking about it. Finds Brian. Brian to Rapudo. Rapudo attacks, and that was too easy. Too easy. But then again, you don't want to be fouling right now. And I guess Siaji has an answer for Rapudo there. Churchill to Rapudo. Rapudo with a 3-point shot. Woo! Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Shooters shoot. A shooter shot. A shooter was going to answer, however, failed to answer. Otang with the rebound. Otang fakes to Alex. Alex tries to shoot. Siaji with the rebound, however, going up. Rapudo taps it out, and that will be BCG's ball again. Churchill takes the seat as Ernest comes back in. Zuki takes the seat as Brands comes back in. Brands to Otang. Otang to... Woo! Otang! Otang! Makes Rapudo pay for that. Makes Rapudo pay for that. Oh, I know that feeling. We all know that feeling. When you just can't get there on time to stop the shot. Siaji takes the seat. Alex comes back in for BCG. Churchill back in for Lindsay. Brian takes the seat. Churchill with the step back. And the shot is good. Alex to Brands. Brands decides to take the shot. Misses. Rapudo gets the rebound. Off to Ernest. Ernest with the shot. Brands takes the rebound off to Alex. Alex with the shot. That's a bit short on that. Rapudo with the shot and the fake, and manages to get the defense out. Brands with the defense there. This is a matter of life and death here. And that will be a foul on Churchill, who will be going on the free throw line. You do not want to be on the cylinder of a shooter when he's taking his shot. Churchill finds his way to the charity strike. 12-11 at the scores, 4:21 on the 4:31 on the clock. Makes it count, and we are on ups 12. Both teams are on 12. Churchill makes both count, and now they are 1 point ahead. Siaji to Alex. Alex decides to attack. Finds Siaji. Siaji open, takes the shot, makes it look easy there. Churchill gets the ball. Churchill with the step back there, with the side step, sorry, to Brian. Brian back to Churchill. And the referee there calls for, is questioning the time. There's a bit of an issue there with the time. We'll get that sorted out. This is a very interesting game there. Now, wondering who had the ball. A referee's job is not easy. Alex to Siaji. Siaji to Otang. Otang to Alex. Alex for the shot. Doesn't fall in. Brian with the rebound off to Rapudo. Rapudo with the spring and the flight and the beautiful finish there. Siaji with the ball. That is not the best pass. Brian finds Ernest. Ernest is able to salvage that. Siaji off the glass. Makes it count. Ernest to Rapudo. Rapudo. Tang manages to steal that away from Rapudo. Otang trying to salvage it, however fails. Brian to Ernest. Ernest free. Takes the shot. It's a bit short on that. Alex with the rebound off to Otang. And that will be a foul on Rapudo. We are at 15-15. 3:11 on the clock. And that will be a timeout. Now we are seeing the intensity that these two teams are displaying here. It is way more than a ticket at this point. It is about aura, I'd say. The skill set here is amazing from both teams. Back from the timeout. Ball will be BCG. Alex to Siaji. Siaji to Brands. Brands makes it look easy there. With the defense and the finish, Brands is doing the whole team's job. How bad do you want the ticket? Brands is showing it. BCG is showing it. Remember, these are the current champions of the Bingo Fest 3x3 competition here in Kenya. Rapudo with the ball behind the back. Almost a slip. And that ball will be going out of bounds there, and that will become BCG's ball. 16-15 as Siaji sets and Otang comes back out. The communication there, you can see it. Patrick trying to find Brands, however, Rapudo tips it off. Rapudo with the pass to Brian. Brian with the step back, and a shot fails to make it go in. Chacho with the rebound. And Alex trying to salvage that, however, it rolls off his hands. 16-15. We're about to finish the quarters here. 2:33 on the clock. Brian with the ball. The referee will take that back. Brian with the ball. Finds Alex instead of Churchill. Alex with the ball. Out to Siaji. Siaji with the shot. And that is what Siaji does. That is a little shooter there. Churchill with the finish. Off the board, however, falls short. Otang with the rebound out to Alex. Mzuki with the ball, off to Siaji. Siaji with another shot. Woohoo! The spear. His hands are hot. Someone needs to bring Siaji water because... That is the life of a photographer here. Patrick tends to save that ball, however, hits one of the photographers. Not intentional, just the intensity of the game. We are at 20:15. 1:55 on the clock. Brian with the ball. Finds his way to the rim. Finding Siaji. Siaji with... And almost there. Remember, we're at 20:16. 1:40 on the clock. Rapudo makes it happen. Come on. Rapudo makes it happen. It is just 1 point for BCG, and they close this out. And we are seeing Ulinzi are still able to put in more baskets as Otang takes the seat and Alex comes back. Siaji with the ball. And that will be a travel on Siaji. So ball becomes Ulinzi's. Ernest will be starting at the top key there. Ernest takes the shot, fails, misses everything off the board. Brands with the pass, however, intercepted by Brian. Brian there, Rapudo manages to fake, makes it count for the team. Brands to Alex. Alex. And the rumble continues. The rumble, gumble, tumble. And that we will have to wait for the referees tell on whose ball it is. And it will be Ulinzi's ball. This is nerve-wracking. 2018. And we are at 20 ups, 57 seconds on the clock, guys. 57 seconds on the clock. We are an ups here, guys. Do you know how intensifying this is? Now, if you're at the edge of your seat, imagine the players in there as the ball is BCG's. The ball is BCG's, and Alex tries for the shot, however fails. The ball goes out to Rapudo. Rapudo with the dribble tries to make it out to Ernest. Ernest takes the shot, fails. We can see Rapudo trying to rescue it, however, that becomes a common ball, according to the referee. The referee says it's a common ball. This is nerve-wracking. I am on the edge of my seat and it feels like I'm inside the court. We are at 20, 38, 39 seconds on the clock. And that will become green ball. Who do you think is taking it? Both these teams have such a deep bag. 35.9 seconds on the clock. It's 2020. Who is going to get that first bucket in? Ooh, that would have been a beautiful pass there from Siaji to Brands, however, not able to salvage it on time. And now it becomes Ulinzi's ball. Rapudo tries to salvage it. Brands with the save off to Siaji. Siaji tries to take the shot, and Siaji becomes the man of the game, ladies and gentlemen. BCG makes it to the semifinals with Siaji's last shot. Now, before we even we even get into it, we just have to give it to both teams. The skills, the want, the hunger, you cannot deny it. However, Siaju serves the day for BCG, and they are able to retain their journey here in the Light Quest, trying to get a ticket to Singapore. BCG, current champions of the Bingo Fest, showing you how they did it there and how they're still doing it here. However, on that note, guys, we are now walking into the semifinals in the next few seconds. And if you think you've just seen the best, you are nowhere close to seeing what basketball entertainment looks like. Now, the place to be is Umoja 2 here in Nairobi, Kenya. I am your host, Effie Stasi. Thank you so much for tuning in. Do not go anywhere as we are just about to walk into the semifinals. All right, all right. Now we are just about to start the semifinals. However, just to run you guys through what happened in the quarterfinals. The first game was Chui going against Hodari, 1921, where Hodari won. KPA Dockers versus Simba was the second team, 921, where Simba won. Twende versus Chipukizi was the third team, 1719, where we saw Chipukizi win. And the final game that was very, very much anticipated for was BCG going against Ulinzi, 22-20. BCG made the win. Now we are just about to go into the semifinals, and the first game of the semifinals is Hodari going against Simba, and walking in is Ryan Onyango, number 8 from the Hodari team. That is a big man who understands not only under the rim, but how to build a home in the three-point line. The man next there is Brian Musimbi. Pace is his best friend, as well as shots. Utility player right there. We have Boniface Amokoto making his way in for the Hodari team. Now they are 3, but don't let that fool you. They are 3 and little at the same time. That will be making the Hodari team. This is the first team to play here in the semifinals, and they'll be wearing white. Now we are just about to get introduced to the second team. That is a team of young players. Gas here is full tank. Not like our petrol stations and the prices. Now, the second team that's just about to walk in, wearing green. Now walking in is the man himself, Powell Hargos. Hope I'm saying that right. This man right here, he has shown us he is not scared to slice through defense, take those shots, make them efficient, make them count for his team. And with the man walking in next, that is Dennis Koja. Blocking and dunking is his specialty. He'll have that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, providing what is needed for his team right there. Number 12 doesn't need introduction, Elisha Odhiambo, the man with the springs. You see him coming, you're either getting out of the way or you're getting pasteurized. Now the man himself, he loves himself a 2-point shot, and his efficiency is high there. That is Eleman Bryan. Eleman Bryan. The man with the braids, the man with the shot, the man with the efficiency. And that will be the Simba team. We saw them win against KPA Dockers, who are the current champions of the Elite Quest. They managed to go represent us in China. However, Simba, the team roared and got them off the journey. Now they'll be facing off with Hodari, who managed to make their way after beating Chui in the first game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to start the semifinals in the next few seconds. The coin will be tossed. Remember, the place to be is Umoja 2. You want to catch the finals live? This is the place to be. And the coin toss. We have Alicia there representing the Simba team. And Boniface Amukutu are representing the Hodari team. Simba Hodari. Quite a beautiful sentence there. And Amukutu makes it for his team. The referees are in check and ready to do their job. And semifinals are just about to kick in now. If you were watching from home, we thank you for tuning in here. B Plus Sports. I am your host, Effie Starcy, and we are just about to begin the semifinals, and the whistle goes. Amokuto on the ball, off to Brian. Brian finds Ryan. Ryan takes the three-point shot at the baseline, fails to put it in, gets his own rebound, puts it back, and that will be the first basket of the session. Hargos replies with a 2-point there. Amokuto gets the rebound, fakes, decides to attack, changes pace, attacks, baseline finds his way, and with the board, he makes that look easy there. Hargos to Alicia, beautiful pass, fails to finish, Ryan with the rebound, out the 3-point. Brian attacks, doing his big man thing, getting Alicia to fly, and that is what Ryan does there. We are at 3-2, Alicia with the ball. Eleman gets the ball, however, Amokuto saves it and runs off bound with it. I guess the chance of tapping it back and it being saved by the offense was a no choice for him. Let me go out with the ball and come back to defense, play my defense, gets me in the right state. Hargos to Koja. Koja to Eleman, however, Amokuto doing his job, gets Brian at the baseline. In between the lead with the spin, manages to get off Hargos, however, Hargos sneaky hands doing defense there. The ball still retained by Hodari. Brian to Amokuto. Amokuto attacks the rim, takes the pause, beautiful there. That is a beautiful check-off. Manages to get Hargos off him, and the ball will be off Ryan. We have Koja at the top key. Koja to Alicia, however, Ryan's hands there. Still Simba's ball. They have the same jersey color there. Hargos trying to find Alicia, however, fails, finds Koja. Koja attacks, Koja for the rim. Amokuto pulls him down, that will be a foul, and Koja finds himself a charity strike. Four-two are the scores. 8:39 on the clock, and we have Koja on the line. Doesn't go in. Ryan gets the rebound off to Amokuto. Amokuto decides to take the shot off the glass, however, doesn't go in. Koja with the high rebound for the team, and he goes all the way to the rim, gentle with the ball, and gets a foul. Koja is fishing for fouls, while fishing for points at the same time. The skill set, the bag in this man's docket is interesting to see. Will he make it count? Doesn't make it count. Alicia trying to save it, however, off of him, the ball will be Hodari's. Eleman going in. Koja takes the seat. Amokuto to Brian. Brian to Ryan. Ryan fakes, decides to go in, finds Brian. Brian for the shot. Fails to make it go in. Hargos for the rebound, off to Eleman. Eleman with the dribble. Off to Alicia. Alicia to Hargos. Hargos decides to take the shot. Misses everything. Amokuto with the rebound. Fakes in between the leg. Decides to dribble top key. Finds Brian at the baseline. Brian with the ball. Trying to shake off his defender. Goes for the 3-point shot. Bangs at the edge of the rim. Alicia with the attack there. A bit hard on the board. Ryan for the shot. Says Amokuto decides to give a screen there. Amokuto off to Brian. Brian for the shot again. Fails to put that in. And we see Ryan doing his thing there with the defense. Ball will be Hodari's. Brian to Ryan. Ryan attacking. Fails to put that in. Koja with the rebound, off to Hargos. Hargos with the fake and the attack. Off the board, however, fails to go in. The scores are 4-3, 7-18 on the clock. Both teams are in the same momentum here. These are youngins here. battling it off for the ticket to Singapore. Hargo's on the line. Gets his own rebound after failing to put that in. Off to Eleman. Eleman back to Hargos. Hargos attacks again. Gets Koja. Ryan's defense is a bit more lethal. Ryan for the three-point shot. Off the backboard. Trying to get his own rebound. However, Koja gets it first. Back to Eleman. Eleman to the rim. And Ryan blocks that. Salvaging his previous missed shot there. He blocks it and says, not in my house. However, Eleman does go to the line. Eleman with the shot. It's good. Amukuto on the ball. Off to Brian. Brian for the shot. It's good. It's good. Koja with the rebound. However, he dribbles out of bound and the ball will go back to Hodari there. Our scores are now at 6-4, favor Hodari. Hodari is white. Tipped off, blocked rather by Koja there. Hagos gets the ball and makes it good for the Simba team. Amukuto with the ball. Seeing what to do, decides to attack. Finds himself cozy with the board. And that counts. Alicia for the shot. Manages to tip off the rim. Brian gets the rebound. Off to Amukuto. Decides to take the shot. And is good. Now we are getting to business here. It is getting business. We are going to Monday now. We are Monday. Alicia with a beautiful finish there. Beautiful layup. Amukuto with the fake. Finds himself a foul. Finds himself a foul and it goes to charity strike. Point is, will he make it count for his team? We're at 9-7 now. The scores are at 9-7. Time is 6 minutes on the clock. Hodari have 4 fouls. Simba have 1. That will be a timeout. Remember, the place to be is Umoja 2 if you want to be able to cut the finals here. Time in. We have a Mukuto on the line. First one goes in. That's a clean shot there from Amukuto. Other man on the rebound. Trying to find one of his teammates. Finds Hargos. Hargos left free, takes the shot. Manages not to make it go in, gets his own rebound, decides to attack, gets Alicia at the top key. Alicia attacks, and the dunk, however, does not count. Banging it at the edge of that rim. That would have been horrendous for Brian. However, we are seeing Brian there take the shot. Ryan runs for the rebound, managing to salvage it off to Amukuto. Amukuto for the shot. Off the edge of the rim and out of bounds. That will be Simba's ball. BCG made quite an impact here. Hargos to Alicia to Eleman. Eleman finds his way to the rim. That will not count as that is a travel. Should have just finished it. Just let the ball go. Sometimes you just have to let things go for it to work out. Now Amukuto on the ball. Step back and a shot. Short. Alicia with the rebound. And that will be a doubles there for Alicia as he takes the seat. And Koja makes his way back in for Simba. Brad on the ball for Hodari. Ooh. Easy peasy. Falls short on that. That was beautiful. A $1 zillion move with a Z finish. Hargos with a 3-point shot. Beautiful there. Ryan with the dunk. Showing Alicia how it's done. Clear, efficient, and to the point. Now, Amukutua and Koji are having a bit of a face-off here. The defense and the offense are having it out. Scores are 11-9, favor Hodari. Hoggers for the shot. Fails. Ryan with the rebound there. Gets Amukutua. Amukutua fakes. Step back. And the shot! Come on! Come on, Amukutua. You can't have everyone on their seats just to miss that. Hoggers with the finish, and he finishes. That is a man who will have you on complete finish. A to Z. He takes the course and takes it on. Ryan with the ball, takes the shot. However, that is a pass to Hargo's hands. Hargo's attacking back into the rim. This young man, like I said, he takes a course and finishes it. He's a man who finishes. He decides to start at A. He will get you at C. That is beautiful, Brian. However, Koja doing what he does better, and that is block. Asking for the ball back, out to Elliman. Elliman for the shot. Fails to get it in, tries to save it. However, in onto Amukutu's hands it goes. Amukutu to Ryan. Ryan to Brian. Brian with the fake off the board, too short. Hargos gets it, and that will be a foul. That will be a foul there. We're at 11 ups. Both teams are at 11. 3:48 on the clock. And the place to be is Umoja 2, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not here, where the hell are you? That will be a timeout there for Hodari. It's beautiful to see these boys go into their bags, pick out their skill set, and actually use them here. We are in the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, and the place to be is Umoja 2. I am your host, Effie Starcy. Thank you for tuning to B Plus Sports. And we hope you're enjoying quality basketball here. Time in. Ball will be Simba's. Hargos finds Elisha. Elisha for the dunk now. He is more efficient with it. He is more efficient with it there. Ryan for the rebound. Finding Amukutu. Amukutu for the shot. Fails to go in. Elisha with the rebound. Finds Koja. Koja with the attack. Out to Hargos. Hargos to Koja, however, intercepted by Amukutu. Amukutu to Ryan. Ryan takes a minute between the legs. Fakes off to Amukutua. Oh, pass a bit too strong. A bit too strong there. But good eyesight. Being able to see where your teammates are. 11-12 is the score. Favor Simba. Simba get their first lead here. Elisha. Elisha doing Elisha things. Getting the ball and saving it and out to Hargos. Hargos fakes, attacks, fakes again. That will be a travel. Hargos, we are not yet going to Singapore. Yeah, we are trying to get that ticket, man. We're trying to get the ticket. Now the ball is Hodari's and Brian at the top key. After Amukutu. Amukutu for the shot. Off the glass. Koja gets it. Off to Elisha. Off to Elisha. Trying to go do the reverse. However, Ryan is there for the defense. Hargos misses everything. 2:47 on the clock, 11-12. 5 fouls on the Hodari team, 1 foul for the Simba team. Hargos take a seat. Eleman is back in. Amukuta with the ball, attacking. Finding Brian. Finding Brian. Brian to Ryan. Ryan for the shot. Elisha with the rebound, off to Eleman. Eleman loses the ball to Ryan, and Ryan to Amukutu. Amukutu for the shot. Off the rim and onto Alicia's hands. Eleman. Amukutwa. They are doing a good job. There are 3 players and they are doing a good job. Alicia for the seat as Hargos comes back in. Amukuta for the shot off the edge of the rim. Brian goes for another one, fails to get it to fall in. Hargos for the rebound. Manages to get Ryan off his back. Eleman there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. They had advantage there. And they're seeing Eleman use it. Amukuta to Brian. Brian to Amukutwa. Amukutwa. And we are seeing Amukutwa get out of bounds with the ball there. That is very interesting. You can see what's trying to tell the referee there. I've been pushed. However, this game is also a physical game, so sometimes you just have to play through it. You're seeing Hagos with the behind the back pass, however, not well communicated. Brian in between the legs and the shot off the back of the rim. Alicia with the rebound. Off to Hargos. Hargos with the step back and the shot. Same thing, off the back of the rim. Trying to give the ball back to Hargos there and gets it out of bounds. That will become now Hodari's ball as Simba take a timeout. Scores are 11-13. Simba still, Hodari timeout, sorry. Hodari timeout as Simba take the lead and still maintaining the lead. 11-13 are the scores. Back in, Amukuto finds his way and goes all the way. Finds himself on the charity strike as Elisha was trying to block him but finds himself fouling him. He gets out 2 shots. Now if he makes both, they will be in a tied sport. Fails to put that in. Koja with the rebound finds himself back. However, fails to put that in. However, does get himself to the free throw line. Elisha taking the seat and Eleman is back in for Simba. Makes it count for Simba. Amukuta with the shot. Rebound Hargos off to Koja. Koja back to Hargos. Hargos with the fast. Oh, and the alley-oop and Koja with the putback. Koja with the putback. Come on, guys. That was beautiful. Amukutu fakes back to Brian. Brian for the shot. Off the edge of the rim. Amukutu saves it. Off to Ryan. Ryan for the shot. Clean. And we are at 13-15. Footwork there by Koja. 32 seconds on the clock. 13-15, favor Simba. Hargos with the ball, taking a very hard shot there. Amukuto on the ball to Ryan. Amukuto misses it. Ryan with the rebound. Ryan with the rebound there, however, becomes a walk and the ball is back in Simba's hands. 16 seconds on the clock. Hargos to Elisha. Elisha trying to make it count, however, doesn't. Ryan with the ball. Hagos finds it. Falling out of bounds with it. That is the hunger we want to see. The hunger needed to get yourself to Singapore. Thirteen, 15 are the scores. 6 seconds on the clock. We are seeing Brian there take a very needed shot. However, time runs out, and the winners of this set are the Simbas. 13-15. They clinched their way into the finals. And if you thought that was interesting, drum roll, please. Our next team is BCG, current champions of the Bingo Fest, going against Chipukizi, who managed to beat 20 out at the quarterfinals. Now, do not move anywhere. The next game will be starting in a few. All right, all right. Now we are back here at Umoja 2 for the second game of the semifinals. And we have Chipukizi walking in. Here's Chipukizi. Now we have Patrick Ndungu, Joseph Blessing, and Stephen Mungai there for the Chipukizi team. And they'll be going against BCG. Now walking in there is Alex Mizuki, a man with a plan. There, number 2. Brans Zioka running in. That is the soldier of the team. Now Davis Siaji, the captain of the team. The man himself, the man who managed to get his team where they're at here with their game against Ulinzi. And Patrick Otang, number 5, is the guy who holds it all together. And that is BCG, current champions of the Bingo Fest, here trying to get their ticket to Singapore. And they'll be going against the 3-man team, Chipukizi. Now remember, Chipukizi, 3-man team made their way here after beating Twende, and BCG made their way here into the semifinals after beating Ulinzi. That was a very interesting match to watch. You can scroll back a bit to get to see that if you want to reincarnate and remember the moment when Siaji took the needed shot to make it to 22. It's very much there. Now to our viewers, thank you so much for subscribing and tuning in to watch quality basketball. And we have seen players here with so much athleticism. And as they're about to toss the coin, that we will be able to know who is starting on this offense and who will be making it to the finals at the end of this set. coin was tossed and BCG has it. The offense will begin with them. And let the games begin. Alex to Otang. All the way to the rim. Off the board. Easy. Craig to Stephen. Stephen to the rim. Reverse. Tries to tap it back in there. Craig. However, it falls out of bounds. We are at 1-0. Stephen there. All the way to the rim. Soft to the board. However, not soft enough. Finds Alex. Alex to Siaji. Siaji for the shot. Passes to Otang. Otang finds Alex. Alex off the board. And it is another point for BCG. Stephen with the ball. All the way to the rim. However, Siaji is like, nope. Young man. Show respect to the elderly. Alex there. Takes it to Siaji. Siaji for the shot. Clean money. You can bet your money on him there. On that shot. We have Craig there with the spin move. Over Otang. Makes it look easy there. Big man stuff. Alex with the fake attacks off to Otang. Otang for the shot. Easy. Okay. Everyone is busy at this point. Is just raining 3-pointers. Stephen to Joseph. Joseph back to Stephen. Stephen fakes out to Joseph. Joseph fakes. However, that will be a travel. Remember your foot while you take off. Alex to the seat. And Brands will be making his debut here. Siaji to Otang. Otang with the ball. Goes for the shot. Falls short on that. Craig with the rebound. Craig gets Stephen. Tries to put a screen. However, Stephen is a very fast and sneaky man. However, his left hand is not his best friend here. Siaji to Otang. Otang decides to attack. Spins. Fade away. And it's clean money. That's what he does. Copying from Kobe's book there. As he makes his way to the seat. And Alex is back for the team. BCG, that is. Brands to Alex. Alex attacks. Finds Siaji. Siaji with the fadeaway again off the edge of the rim. A bit too strong there. Craig. Stephen finds Craig for a very easy shot there. Siaji. Off to Brands. Brands tapped away by Craig. However, before that, stepped out of bounds. You have to be aware of the white lines, Brands. Siaji takes the seat. And Otang is back in for BCG. Stephen attacks, takes the shot. Clean money. Sure money. The man himself to Otang. Otang for the shot. Falls short on that. A bit too hard there. Joseph takes the rebound off to Stephen. Stephen attacks. He is a sneaky little man, but he makes it count. Alex to Otang. Otang going in. Finds Alex again to Brands. Don't leave Brands at the baseline. Never leave Brands at the baseline. Craig there. Ball will be going to BCG. Craig's leg is not working to his advantage right now, as we can see. Alex to Brands. Thinks about it. Passes to Alex. Easy layup with the reverse there. Makes it count. Stephen attacks. This young man makes it look too easy. He is literally carrying the team on his shoulders there. Alex misses on that. Joseph with the hands. Saves the ball. Back to Stephen. Stephen again. Behind the back. Passes to Joseph. Joseph for the shot. Off the rim. Alex manages to save it. And back to the rim. He tries to go. Finds Brands. Off the board. And that will be a basket for BCG. Back to Craig. Craig playing. Ooh. That is footwork. I have a false shot on that. Tries to salvage it. Brands is too fast on that. Joseph gets that pass from Brands there. A bit of heavy duty. But the heavy duty has Joseph finishing. That will be a timeout. We are at 6-9, 6:29 on the clock. We can watch some of those replays there. We're seeing Stephen do his thing. Coming short on that one, but that just shows you how much skill he has, because both his right and left hand work efficiently well. Otang there with the fadeaway, borrowing a book from Kobe, and we are back. Joseph on the line. Every basket for this team counts. Off the edge of the rim, Joseph gets his own rebound. Off to Stephen. Stephen for the shot. A bit too hard there. Siaji to Brands, back to Siaji, off to Alex. Alex for the shot at the free throw line. Makes it look easy. Stephen there with the step back. Ooh, that's beautiful. A bit too strong though. Goes in. Alex trying to answer that. And he answers efficiently. Joseph there with the ball. Siaji on defense. Finds his way to the rim. A bit too hard on the board though. Brands fouls. Brands on the fouls, and Joseph will be going to the line as Alex takes the seat, and Otang is back in for BCG. We have Joseph there, makes it count. Otang gets the rebound. Thinking about it, to step back. A bit too hard there. Stephen gets the rebound, almost loses it. Saves himself, gets a beautiful pass there, however, intercepted by Brands to Otang. Otang thinking about it, off to Siaji. Siaji decides to attack. Out to Brands. Brands with the fake, and too gentle maybe. Stephen attacks. Woo, woo. That is a Luya right there. That is Ugaldi right there. You do not make way past that. And we have BCG doing their thing here. Otang trying to salvage it, gets it back again. Off to Brands. Blocked by Joseph. Young man there with the springs. The knees are still fresh. And Brands finds himself on the floor and on the charity strike at the same time. This scores are 14-9, 5:02 on the clock. Shooters shoot. And a shooter shot, however, was spat out. And off there we can see the referee's call. That will be BCG's ball. Otang to the man himself. Out back to Otang for the shot. A bit too hard there. Alex gets the rebound. Decides to take the shot. A bit too hard there. Brands to Alex. Alex decides to attack. Easy. However, a bit too hard. Joseph gets the rebound. Out to Stephen. Stephen for the shot. Makes it look easy, this young man. This young man makes it look easy. Brands there with the ball. Squares up. Out to Alex. Alex for the short. Tries to answer, however, is spat out there. We have Stephen going back in. Trying to find Craig there, however, intercepted by Otang. Back out to Alex. Alex trying to get away from defense, however, slips out to Otang, who takes a clean shot. Ball is out to Stephen's hand. Gets Alex flying there. Out to Joseph. Joseph for the shot. Off the edge of the rim. And there we see Patrick with the ball back to Alex. Alex for the ball again. Off the screen into Stephen's hands. Stephen takes the shot, however, doesn't get it in. Craig with the rebound. Big man things off the screen, off the board rather. And into the rim. Alex with the fake. Attacks. Step back. And that man Alex. This man Alex. Everywhere Alex. Making sure every basket he takes counts. Joseph going in. Hard and bound finds Craig at the corner. Nzuki with the defense. Otang with the rebound. And that will be a travel for Otang. We are at 17-12. BCG has 3 fouls. Chipukizi has one foul. 3:17 on the clock. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game here for the semi-finals. Whoever wins here gets their ticket straight to the finals, and there will be able to tell who has managed to get their ticket to Singapore. And you don't want to miss that. So if you're not here to Mojo 2 and you're not watching here, where are you? If not here. I will be back in a few. We are on a timeout. And as BCG walks back in, they have taken the lead from when this set started, and they are still on the lead here. 5 points ahead. 3:17 on the clock. Ooh, the rain is not our best friend here as Stephen makes his way to the rim. However, fails to make that count. Siaji with the pass to Brands, who somehow manages to make it happen. Falling short, Brands with the rebound out to Siaji. Siaji with the shot. And that is clean, ladies and gentlemen. Joseph with the rebound. We are at 20. This weather needs to understand the beauty of basketball. Joseph with the reverse, however, fails to get the back end. Stephen gets it. A bit of a fadeaway there, makes it count. Siaji for the shot. Ooh, and the game comes to an end there. We are at 20-13. BCG make their way to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Siaji with the buzzer beater again for the team, like he did in the quarters. 2:34 on the clock. And our teams for the finals will be Simba facing BCG. See you then. All right, all right. We are just about to experience the finals here for the Lite Quest 3x3 2026. And the first man walking in there from the Simba team is Powell Hargos, number 10. That young man right there is the face of UON basketball men's team, that is. Next to him, number 11, is Dennis Kodja. The blocks and the dunks are all onto him. The defense and the offense doing a good job there. Elisha Odhiambo, number 12. This man is not new to this. Neither of them are new to this. He springs, he takes off, he plays both offensively and defensively. His mid-range shots are something to look out for. And the last man to join them there is Eleman Brian from Kenya Ports Authority, playing here for the Simba team. His mid-range shots too are something to watch out for, and he is number 14. And that will be the Simba team competing here in the finals. And now we have the team walking in, BCG. That young man walking in there is none other than Alex Nzuki, the man with the plan. And then we have Brands Nzioka, the soldier of the team. The shots are efficient. Don't leave him alone at the baseline. Don't do it. As you have seen, he is little on that line. And then we have the captain of the team there, Davis Siaji. That is the man making sure that everything runs smoothly for the team. And we have Patrick Otang, the big man who keeps on borrowing from Kobe's book. That is Patrick Otang putting all the team together there. That is BCG. Now this is the finals here at Umoja 2. Whoever wins this set gets the ticket to fly to Singapore. Now these two teams have very interesting histories here. Remember, none of these boys who have set foot here are new to 3x3. If anything, they have rich and heavy history here. Some even being able to represent Kenya in other aspects of 3x3 in other parts of the world. We have Elisha Odhiambo, we have Davis Siaji, we have Brands, we have Eleman, we have Powell Hargos, and Koja. None of these boys are new to this. They have had the opportunity to represent Kenya in a wider spectrum, and this is just one of those journeys for them. And for our coaches, if you want anything done better, done good, done well, done to the efficiency it deserves, give a woman the seat. And we have two ladies there who will be making sure that this game runs smoothly and fair. That, ladies and gentlemen, these are our final teams. BCG, the current holders of the championship on the Bingo Fest, they made their way there, and they are here again, proving why they made that far. We have seen them play eloquently, and on the hand, we have Simba, who have fought their way through. These are youngins, fresh off new teams here, and they have nothing but experience to offer. They have nothing but experience to offer, and as we are just about to get the national anthem sung, I remember 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes is all they have to guarantee who will be going to Singapore. But first of all, let's pay our respects to the national anthem. semifinals are now set to begin. Two teams, BCG going against Simba, the Lions. They're going to be roaring. As I was saying earlier on, these two teams are not new to this. If anything, they are building a richer history in regards to it. Now, if you're wondering why they have such good chemistry, these two teams, these are people who've played together. We have Koja, Siaji, and Alex being on the same team there on the Premier League. We have Brands Yoka and Alicia on the same team there on the Premier League. Aleman got to play against his teammates earlier on, the KPA Dockers. And Hargos. Hargos is the last one here. One of the few players who has gotten the experience to play in the BAL and the Thunder's guidance, of course. And is currently one of the players to watch out for from the UON docket. Now we are just about to begin. The prayers here are needed. Which team are you supporting? Tell us there in your comments. Which team do you think is going to be taking it to Singapore? Are you supporting the Simba team, the Lions, or are you supporting BCG, the current champions of the Bingo Fest? Starting off for BCG will be Alex, Davis, Siaji, and Otang as Brands takes the seat. And for Simba, it will be Alicia, Hargos, and Koja as Eleman takes the seat. Now, if you are not here experiencing the finals, we hope you are watching. You get to watch the finals. And just like I was saying, give us your views and reviews. Now, the coin was tossed and favor fell upon BCG. So this offense will be theirs to begin with. They will be kicking it off for us. I am your host, Efistasi, and we'll be going through this together. Now, the whistle is blown and the time starts. Alex to Otang. Otang finds Alex. Alex for the shot. It is good. Like I said, that is the man with the plan. Alicia to Koja. Koja finds Hargos. Hargos for the shot. And that is also good. It is raining threes. It is raining men with threes here. Now, Alex to Siaji. Siaji with the ball for a three. Fails to get that in. Alicia with the rebound off to Koja. Back to Hargos. Hargos with the fake and the step back. Fails to put that in. Alicia for the rebound. Manages to get it. Beautiful layup to the rim. That counts for the Simba team. Alex with the ball. Alex with the ball for the shot again. Alex. Alex is the man here with the threes and the defense. Manages to tap it off Hargos, and that will be off of him. And the ball is still on BCG's side. Alex on the ball to Otang. Alicia taps it off. And Otang will be taking the seat as Siaji comes back in for BCG. Koja takes the seat as Eleman comes in for Simba. Now that ball will be Simba's Alex taking the seat again, and the Otang is back in. We're at 3-4, 9:04 on the clock. A minute is not even done, and we are already speaking of more than points. Siaji to Otang, finds Otang. Otang decides to attack all the way. Rebound, takes his own rebound, manages to slip off, and that will be a foul. Siaji taking the seat. Alex is back in. That is for BCG. Hargos takes the seat, and Koji is back in for Simba. Alex to Otang. Otang back to Alex. Alex decides to attack. Off the board, and that young man there makes it clean. Alicia for the shot. He spats out. Alex for the rebound. He is everywhere. He is everywhere and anywhere. Ooh, slippery slow pass there. Brands doesn't manage to salvage it, and that will become Simba's ball as Siaji makes his way back, and Brands takes the seat. I guess you're wondering how these boys are able to play with so much chemistry. Like I said before, most of these players are teammates, and they get to play against each other in different teams here in the Kenyan Premier League. Element for the jumper, however, does not count. It will not count. That we are at 3-5, 8:14 on the clock. The ball will be BCG's as the tongue takes the seat. CRG to Brands. Brands for the shot off the edge of the rim there. And we are seeing Koja with the rebound to Hargos at the baseline. Makes it rain there from the baseline. And it will be BCG's ball as Elisha makes his way back in for Simba. And Element takes the seat. Tries the deep shot, however, falls short. We have Koja with the rebound. Hargos there. Step back. Falls short. Ooh, gets Hargos flying there. Makes it count. And Koja. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. If you dare to blink, you will miss it. Elisha for the shot. First to get it in. Brands for the rebound. Alex gets the ball from Brands. Attacking the rim. Step back. Out to Brands. Brands decides to attack the rim all the way off the screen. A bit too strong. Elisha fouls and gets Brands on the line. That is a charity strike for them. Scores are 5-7. Favor BCG as of now. 7:21 on the clock. And we have Brands Nzioka on the line. That is a man whose shots are very clear. And shooters do one thing, but shoot. They are playing good defense. Hargos to Elisha. Gets Otang flying. And that is a clean shot. Otang gets the ball. Back to Alex. Alex for the shot. Hargos gets the rebound there. This is a very physical game here. Hargos there. Hargos protects the ball. Out to Elisha. Elisha decides to come back in for the jumper. A bit too strong there. Nzioka saves it. Decides to take the shot. That becomes a pass to Elisha's hands. Hargos with the pass. And apparently that will be a foul as Brands takes the seat. And Siaj is back in for BCG. Elisha takes the seat. And Koja will be back in for Simba. Now we are at 6-8. And you can just feel the intensity of this game from the moment it started till now. Hargos with the shots there. This is a young and upcoming trainee there for Thunder. He has been able to experience the BAL. That is not something that most players can claim. And we are seeing him do nothing but show us why he got that chance. And on the other team, we are seeing Alex everywhere and anywhere. From the rebound, the three-point line, making sure the offense and defense counts in regards to where he's at. We are walking back in to continue. We are coming back from that timeout. Ball is Simba's. Hargos to Koja. Koja finds Hargos for the shot. Blocked by Siaji. Koja saves it. Tries to find the rim, however misses it. Siaji saves the ball. To Alex. Alex decides to attack, step back. And that is a clean shot. Now that is the man with the plan. Hargos there. Siaji with the defense. However, like I said, Alex, that young man, he takes off, knows how to control the engines that he has. The pace shifts, the brain works, and the hand finishes. We are at 9-6. Elisha there, playing heavy defense on him. Manages to get the hula hoop. And Siaji with the ball, out to Brands. Brands decides to attack all the way to the rim. Those are two teammates playing against each other right there. Koja there. Koja with the travel. Koja, we need to get the ticket first. We are fighting for that. And that will be a travel on Koja's end as Eleman walks in for Simba and Siaji takes the seat for BCG. Otang there. Decides to take the shot. A bit shot there. However, saved by Brands, who off the rim doesn't make it. Elisha with the ball there. Two teammates playing against each other. Now remember, your teammates know you more than anyone, and that is Alex finding Brands for a beautiful finish, and Alicia manages to get Brands off the court, however fails to put it in. That is how much intensity is going up here. It's going on here. Eleman with the 2-point shot, however fails to put it in. And Jesus Christ, the level of athleticism in here is one to watch out for. Now we have the Siaji 2, Nzioka back to Siaji. Siaji decides to attack and all the way to the rim. Off the glass, a bit too hard, and that will be a foul on Hargos. We can see the frustration there from Hargos. The frustration is one to watch out for. Both teams are aware of what's at stake here. It's Singapore. Who doesn't want to go to Singapore? Me and you could use the Singapore break. Siaji on the line. Makes it count. That is a shooter who loves shooting. And what do shooters do other than shooting? Eleman did fail to clear, and that will not count. Making his way to the seat. Elisha comes back in for Simba. Siaji there gets Brands. Brands gets Nzuki. Nzuki decides to attack. And a desperate shot there. Koja with the rebound. Elisha thinking about it. Finds Hagos. Hagos decides to attack. That will be a travel again for Hagos. Otang comes back as Alex takes the seat. And that will be a timeout for the Simbas. Our scores right now are at 7-12. 3 fouls for Simbas, and BCG have 1 foul on their docket. We've seen the beautiful finish there from Hargos. And Koja doing a good job there on the defense for the Simbas. However, they're going to need to pull up the socks because these scores are not working to their advantage right now. And we are at 4:44 on the clock. That's good time for them to revamp. On the other end, BCG is doing a good job maintaining the momentum. We're seeing Brands on the rebounds, on the shots. Alex is everywhere. Do I need to tell you that? I don't need to remind you. You can see it. Siaji there with the shots too. The ball is BCG's. Off to Brands. To Otang. Finds Siaji for the shot. A bit too strong. Gets his own rebound. Gets Brands off to Otang. However, it's tapped away by Hargos. Ball will be Simbas. That is tapped away by Siaji, who sadly stepped out of bounds as he was trying to salvage that ball. And he takes the seat as Alex comes back in for BCG. Hargos again, out to Alicia. Alicia for the shot. A bit too strong. Brands with the rebound, off to Alex. Alex to Otang. Otang for the shot. A bit too short there. However, like I said, Alex is everywhere. Taking another shot. That young man is making it rain, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we call skill. He shows up. He shows up. He shows up for the team. He's showing up for the team. We are at 7-13 favor BCG. Current training champions of the Bingo Fest. They are showing us why they are the champions. So far, so good. A short shot there from Elisha. Manages to get the rebound. However, walks from that. Who is making it to Singapore? Who wants it more? You can tell both teams want it more. Otang gets the ball from Siaji. Otang back to Siaji, left all alone for the shot. Makes it rain. That is what Siaji does. That is what Siaji does every time he's there. Elisha thinking about it, decides to attack. Passes off to Eleman at the baseline. Eleman for the shot. Makes it rain. That is Eleman right there. Now you can tell the intensity is growing as Siaji finds. Alex is the man to make sure does not get in touch with that ball. Hargos trying to go back, however, blocked by Alex in the process. Do I need to talk about Alex? This is the young man currently playing for Equity, and he is playing in that same team with his teammate. His captain right there next to him is Siaji, And you can see the intensity. We have seen him play in the Premier League several times. And those three-point shots are not something new. However, the consistency of it, also not new, but it's so beautiful to see him able to give that to his teammates back to back. And as they're taking that time out there, a breathe in, a breathe out, Simbas will need to find a way to roar again. They need to find their way back into roaring here. Scores are 9-17, favor BCG. 3:17 on the clock, and they are walking back in from the timeout. Hargos will be going to the line. Makes it count, tries to get it. However, Hargos, as he was trying to get that, managed to get it off of him. Alex taking the seat, and Siaji is back in. Elisha back in, and Eleman out. That is for Simba. The man, Brands Zioka there, with the mid-range shot, however, fell short on that. We have Koja with the ball, Elisha, and Otang finds it. However, Elisha is smooth with the board, and fouled by Koja. Siaji taking that shot. However, Koja found himself landing in his space. You never land in a shooter space. And you don't want to send a shooter on the free throw line either. However, that is what we are seeing here. As Siaji is on the line, this is the current captain of Equity. He has played for the team several times. He is not new to 3x3, current champion of Bingo Fest. Has managed to represent Kenya in so many 3x3 competitions out here. So he is very much familiar with the pressure, with the extensive physicality of this game. And we can see him still pushing through it. So shooters shoot, a shooter's taking a shot, and a shooter shot. So Eleman with the rebound out to Elisha for Simba. With the dunk, we can tell, we saw it coming. Those springs are not to play with. That young man right there, that young man, Elisha Odhiambo, will posturize you when he sees it. He's like a lion hunting. And he hunted and caught Otang in the process. That is the man right there, Elisha Odhiambo, currently playing for Lindsay team. And those mid-range shots, those dunks, those fadeaways are something very well versed in his book. Eleman with the rebound. Gets Brands off his key, tries to take the shot, however fails. Gets his own rebound, tries to salvage it. Doesn't make it fall in, however, Koja takes the rebound. Going back, Koja there, off the board, fails. And Rumble Tumble gets it in. Otang with the ball. Falls short on that. Elisha with the ball. And we are seeing the intensity here as Otang steps on the line there. Alex will be coming back in as Brands will be taking the seat. Koji takes the seat for Simba. Siaji gets on the floor. Come on, Hargos. You don't make a whole captain touch the floor and then you fail to make it in. That basket does not count. However, the experience of watching him get off the springs of his ankles is something beautiful to watch. That is your man, Elisha. Now we have Siaji there with the ball. Finds Otang. Off the screen, makes it in, and Eleman sends him to the line. Now, it's beautiful to see when men praise each other. Right there, you can see it. You can see them telling him, he's the man, and he needs to make those shots count. As Alex takes the seat, and Brands goes in for BCG. He makes this. Come on. Now we are at 12:20. Hargos with the ball. Off to Elisha. Makes it count. We are at 15:20. This is intense, guys. It's only 1 point left. And BCG will be taking this home. He makes it count. And the game is down. 1:46 on the clock. BCG takes it. That is Alex Nzuki, David Siaji, Patrick Otang, and Brands Zioka. This is the current team that made the championship, took 750,000 Kenya shillings home in the Bingo Fest Championships this year. And they are again the same team that is going to be representing us at Singapore. 21 14. You can see Alex right there. That is the man with the plan, the man with the shots. And that team right there just proves to us why they are the current reigning champions of the Bingo Fest. That is the team that is going to Singapore. I'm going to repeat these lovely names again. We have Alex Nzioki, Brian Zioka, Davis Siaji, and Patrick Otang. Now, we are not going to forget the beautiful team that has just managed to make it to the finals. The Simba team, there with them is Elisha Odiambo, Element Brian, Powell Hargos, Dennis Koja. Ladies and gentlemen, BCG are your Light Quest 2026 winners, and they will be going to represent Kenya in Singapore. Now, all the applause goes to them. They have given us nothing but beautiful basketball so far. It was nothing but amazing to watch them. It has been nice having you guys here, logged in, giving us your feedback, paying attention and enjoying basketball in its raw self. The place to be today was Umoja 2, and I have been your host here, Effie Starcy, B Plus Sports. Looking forward to see you again. Checking out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, still tuned in right there. We have our Kenya Basketball Federation, Angela Luchivia there, handing over the ticket to BCG, their ticket to Singapore. They are the winners of the Light Quest Nairobi FIBA 3x3. The ticket is right there, and they have the chance to go represent Kenya there in Singapore. And in the middle there, that is Angela Luchivia from the Kenya Basketball Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, next to me is the team that is going to Singapore, BCG. BCG. Now, before we get into it, you guys are also the current winners of Betika, coming to two times champions, coming to Lite Quest, taking it, and now you're going to Singapore. Let's start from here with CRG. How do you feel?
And it's beyond words. We've put in a lot of effort and time to prepare for this, to get our team chemistry on, to get our defense on. So we're just grateful to God for the grace to actually execute what we've been doing and coming out victorious. I am out of words, honestly.
Now, David, I'm sorry, Patrick, sorry for that. Otang, you are going to Singapore.
Silent assassin.
Silent assassin. Talk to me about this win.
This win was very important for us, and we feel good about it. And it shows better things to come. And just watch out. We're still out there. We still want that. We're still ready for any challenge that will be in front of us. We're always ready to compete.
Now, I am coming to the top scorer of the match. Top scorer of the match, Alex Nzuki. Your two names are having me on a roller here, but it's Alex Nzuki, top scorer of the match. Wherever you are, you made the efficiency count. Talk to me in regards to what it means to be going to Singapore.
First, I'd like to thank the Almighty for His grace. Secondly, I'd like to thank everyone who has competed in this tournament from yesterday to today. 3x3 is a very tough competition. Everyone out there knows 3x3 is a very tough competition. So those who didn't make it this far, still respect to them. I'd like to appreciate these guys, man. We've gone through so much. We've prepared so much to be here. Everyone knows we put in time to be here, and the results are here. So I couldn't do it alone. Just respect to my teammates, man.
Now, Brands, can I call you the soldier of the team? You can. We saw you rebounding there and getting those balls out to your teammates back to back to back. And now the ticket is there. You're going to Singapore. Just like I've asked the rest of your teammates, what does it mean to you to go to Singapore?
First of all, thank you to Betika. They trusted us. They told us to go to the challenge. We came out victorious, so thank you to them. Secondly, I was taking those rebounds because I knew my teammates, they can shoot. I trusted them, they trusted me, we trusted each other. That's how we won our games. And us going to Singapore, it's a very, very great achievement for this team and for my boys.
Can I ask one question? I know 3x3 is pick a random person and put them together. And I know David Siaji here and yourself are teammates. How did this team come together? Because this is Equity, this is USIU, this is Equity, this is Ulinzi. How did this team come together?
So it came from the Betika competitions. So we had to compose a team, and we were going for. It was through good scouting that Brands and Nzuki brought me and Patrick on board. So we were going for the meaning of BCG. I was hearing them promising 1,000 shillings for. It means big combo guards. So we are dynamics. So you can do it all on the floor, and you can be aggressive also on both ends. You can defend multiple positions. So thanks to their scouting, here we are. And through the Betika competitions, we've had time to grow, and you can see the chemistry sets us apart, and we're really grateful. And gratitude to God for giving us the gift of health.
Now I'm going to push it to Alex, and then we go to
Our fellow citizens, be assured we will represent you well out there. And thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, BCG came up like we were supposed to go for Eastern region for the Betika, so they needed 2 cambers, 1, 2. Then for gambling, we said, let's have 2 cambers, 2 lures. So to Kimisuko, then we can go to the western side. Yeah, that was the strategy.
All in all, ni grace ya God, man. See what you healthy and all, ni grace ya God.
to the silent assassin. How would you compare Betika with the Lite Quest?
Okay, the competition here was tougher. The games were, people were more physical in general. And
Yeah.
The linguist.
Yeah. Okay. It's hard. It was way more harder than here than it was in the other competitions in Bingwa Fest, the qualifiers, the nationals. People are way more physical. People are way more hungry. So of course it's gonna be harder. It's it's guaranteed to be harder.
And
Yeah.
thank you, B Plus, for showing us the live. Our fans are watching. They're also calling us, telling us, "Oh, can we watch it?" B Plus, big up B Plus.
Very key point, very key point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Also, we used to live to review other games. Yeah, we used it yesterday. Thank you.
Help us for the film. Thank you for the support.
Thank you so much for taking time for the interview. Congratulations on your win. Go out there and do more than what you have shown us here. You'll be representing us. Your team, boys, this is the team that will be going to Singapore to represent us. Champions of Bingo Fest, 2-time champions, and now they are the champions of the Lite Quest. Thank you so much, boys. Now you have had it straight from the horse's mouth. That is the same. Alex Nzioka, Brands. Those two names are something. Alex Nzuki, Brands Nzioka, Patrick Otang, and Visiaji, how the team came together and how they have managed to show us why they are the current champions of the Bingo Fest. Now they'll be moving forward to Singapore. And we have been here for 2 days, yesterday and today, capturing each and every moment, each and every step. And we have managed to finally find our winners. As you have heard, it is the big combo group, and they will be making their way to Singapore. I have been your host, Happy Starcy. Thank you for tuning to B Plus Sports. Till next time, checking out.